Hi, is anyone out there? I'm not sure if I can be heard. I'm not getting any sound or feedback, but I just received this email. My client called me and said they received this email, and I'm not sure what this is or what we're doing here.
I am here for final sentencing in the Monroe Circuit Court. This is their video for their virtual hearing in a little while.
Okay. So this is Monroe Circuit Court, criminal court.
Correct.
Okay. I'm an attorney. My client just called me and forwarded an email that they got from Megan Thompson for this link. I don't know of any actions I have representing anyone in Monroe County. My client who received this, as far as I know, has no connection with Monroe County.
They send out these links, and I got one this morning also from Evanston County on a hearing I'm no longer on. Do you have the judge's office phone number to call to talk to Megan?
No, could you give that to me and I'll follow up with that?
Yeah, let me look and see. I think I've got it here, Andy.
Thank you.
She's always been real helpful to me, so hopefully she'll be able to help you figure it out.
And I'll go ahead and check the Monroe Circuit dockets as well, if that's what we're here for. Is it 10 o'clock docket?
9 o'clock docket, and they're doing most of them virtually. They have folks in several of the surrounding jails. So they usually just run through them. Hold on one second.
Have you received anything else? Okay. Okay, hold on.
I've got the number here for the Commonwealth Attorney over there. Jesse Stockton is his name.
Yes.
Do you want to call over there and see if they've got anything on? Okay, Jesse Stockton is Commonwealth Attorney. He's at 606-387-8458.
Okay.
And if you don't get him, his office is real helpful too. So somebody in his office will give you Megan's number if that doesn't take care of what you need to with him.
Okay. Thank you for your help, Mr. Kimball.
You take care. See you.
You too.
He is not on the right, so I just want to make sure we're all
Okay.
on the same
Thanks
page.
for doing this more. ready to start us here. It's like, I'll give you right where I said, yeah.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brittany Carnes, 21 CR 0085. Are you Brittany Carnes?
Yes, sir.
Twice. Good, there we go. We're here today for a pretrial conference. What does Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Austin and I discussed this case. She owes $1,000 restitution. She's a state inmate. He thinks she may be able to pay that. I told him if she could, I would dismiss the case. But he probably needs another month on it.
Yes, I would.
Is it December 9th? Okay, we'll continue this case till December the 9th.
And we have a pretrial negotiation day on the 3rd at 9, Your Honor.
November 3rd for pretrial negotiation. I mean, excuse me.
December 3rd.
December 3rd, excuse me, and December 9th.
I have a paper right here that says that.
I'll talk to you about your paperwork. It doesn't say what you think it does. I will explain it to you what was going on, all right? I would suggest not saying anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Hardin County on yet? Okay, Barron County. Barron County.
Looks like Amber, I would need Robert Adams.
Okay.
It's been- We'll write these down.
Barron County. There's Barron County. Savannah Acosta. Commonwealth versus Savannah Acosta. Monroe Circuit Court 20 CR 00033. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Miss Acosta is on a possession case, 3 years. Her violations are she had a positive test on 9/4, new felony arrest on April 10th, 21, and absconded around June the 21st. I didn't know if she wanted to stipulate or not.
Mr. Ken Garrett's listed as her counsel. No. Did you withdraw from the case? Did I sign a withdrawal? Who did you send notice this on, Mr. Stockton?
My file's in the courtroom, but I'm sure it went to the attorney of record. I don't know if it went to DPA also. Have Miss Vanderpool or Miss Beaver can check it out.
Mr. Austin? Mr. Austin,
Yes, Your Honor.
the notice of this was sent to you on a Savannah Acosta on revocation. Were you listening to what Mr. Stockton said?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to talk to this lady?
No, Your Honor. I did not realize I had been I'm sure you sent the notice. I just didn't see it. I'm sorry about that. I can,
Is she a state prisoner?
No, Your Honor, not yet.
Well, we need to send if we can. So she's not a state prisoner at all. So she's just a pretrial diversion person. Well,
That's correct.
You know. Well, when we finish the docket here, I don't know how to handle it. I don't see how we can get back to her. Okay, December the 9th. That just cost Monroe County about $1,200 there. She'll be in county prison.
I thought Mr. Garrett appeared for her in Barron County yesterday, so I didn't know. So I don't know.
yeah, I was under the impression that she was still Mr. Garrett's.
But I didn't send him notice.
Oh, when is lately, Mr. Garrett? When did you appear for her last? You have any definition of quite a while? Was last week before last?
Way before that.
Okay, way before that. That's just like I asked my client when it happened. He said right after Mama had surgery. Tell me much. Okay, Commonwealth versus Robert Adams.
Your Honor, Robert Adams is my client. He is, I believe he's in Pike County jail.
He's in Barron County.
He's in Barron County? Okay.
Commonwealth versus Robert Lee Adams. Barron County, do y'all have Robert Lee Adams?
I'm looking, Your Honor.
Okay, who do you have in there that can come forward? Truman Adams? Commonwealth versus Truman Adams, 21 CR 0071. Are you Truman Adams?
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a motion for judgment of acquittal and motion for a new trial.
I'd like to have one. I need one.
You,
Mr. Adams, I would suggest not talking.
All right.
okay, Russell County, we'll be with you. We'll be with you in just a minute if you turn your camera off till then, okay? We'll be with you just in a minute. Okay. This is your motion, Mr. Austin?
Yes, I would like to stand on my motion.
Well, you don't want to speak on your motion, you just want to stand on it, or what do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Mr. Hunley's taking care of this, Your Honor, in court.
Okay, well, you want to go back there so you can get on camera? Yeah.
Hey, am I allowed to talk? Am I allowed to say something?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Here you go, Clint.
Mr. Hunley, the motions have been filed for a judgment of acquittal and motion for a new trial by Mr. Austin. Do you have any response to it?
Well, the motion itself, Judge, just had a lot of generalities. It did not have any specifics other than one statement that I made during the trial. That would be my initial response. I mean, the burden would be on them to show
Yeah.
right now some reason to have a new trial or to have a directed verdict for the defendant, either one.
Well, there's nothing new in this motion. I read the motion yesterday. There's nothing new in the motion that I had not dealt with during the trial. I haven't changed my mind on any of the things that were ruled upon at the
I'd like
trial.
to say something, Mo. I'd like to say something.
Mr. Adams, you
Yeah.
need to be quiet for a minute while I'm talking, especially, okay?
Yeah.
Or you could spend some time that won't be good time, okay? You don't say anything else. Now, I'll ask your attorney in a second if you want to say something. And
All right.
even if it's not in your best interest, I'll give you the right to say something, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so in any event, I haven't seen any compelling reason to change my mind on any of the rulings at court. I think, so I will do written findings on each one of them as I'm required to do. Mr. Austin, do you have anything else to say? Now, your client wants to say something, so you've advised him not to say anything. Is that correct, Mr. Austin?
That is correct, and I
Okay.
would like to make that very clear to him. But if he wants to talk, it's his right to do so.
Okay, Mr. Adams, against the advice of your counsel, you may proceed.
I just want to make one comment, man. You know, during the jury trial, Clay Hunley looked at me and said, "Ain't that right, Truman Adams?"
Truman, that was addressed in my motion. That,
Well, I mean, I don't think that was right. I don't know what Clay's got against me, but I've never done it to the man. That's all I got to say this morning. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll enter an order, and then the next thing, Mr. Adams, your attorney will receive a copy of the order, and you can file an appeal if you'd like, okay? Thank you very much. Lucid Beltran Torres.
Now we gotta wait till somebody comes and gets you. Can't just walk out there.
Mr. Hunley, your microphone's on. Be careful what you say, okay? We can hear you out here without your microphone on, most of it. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Lucid Beltran Torres, 21 CR 0035. Sir, what's your year of birth?
September 30th of 79.
Okay, and the last four digits, do you have a social security number? Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Have you had an opportunity to look at your cameras off? Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hunter, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 7.5 years, serve 180 days with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. On a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration above 0.08 or under the influence of alcohol or some other substance, first degree aggravating circumstance, he should pay a fine of $300 in cost. And what would be the total cost and fine on that? $640. She'll forfeit to the Commonwealth $1,951 dispersed in accordance with the restitution order. He shall receive credit for time served. And sir, will you need some time to pay this fine when you get out?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow you to pay it at $40 per month, starting 30 days after your release from jail, okay?
Your Honor, he needs to report to probation and parole once he's released too.
Does he have his time in?
He should be close.
Okay, well, let's take a look at it and see. Is probation and parole here today or?
Yeah. How much time is he like? If he gets out, he just has to report Friday, and if not, Mr. Collins will be in contact with him.
Well, I like for him to report the morning that they get out, so they're not out of control here. Where is Mr. Collins?
Mr. Collins is coming in there and he'll give the court the date.
Okay. You can give it to me here. You don't have to go back in there. Just tell me what it is.
He's 213 weeks total.
So he's eligible to get out today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're eligible to get out today, sir, so we'll send you an order. When do you want him to come to probation pro?
Friday, Your Honor, Friday morning.
Well, it gives him a couple of days that he's out there without him.
We're off tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Veterans Day's closed. Okay, 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and send an order letting you out today, Mr. Sir, and you need to be at the probation and parole office in Glasgow at 9 o'clock on Friday morning because they're closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. You understand what I'm saying?
So,
Okay, you be there at
I believe I'll make
8 o'clock there at probation and parole, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Richard Burge.
Your Honor, we didn't have that other Adams in custody.
Okay. They didn't have the other Adams that we called it first. Commonwealth versus Richard Burge. Are you Richard Burge?
yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yeah,
Is it substantially correct?
yes, sir.
Mr. Bell, is this your client?
It is, Your Honor.
Is there any reason why you should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty of wanton endangerment, first degree, 2 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years on each count to run concurrently for a total of 3 years, serve 180 days in jail with the balance probated for 5 years. The Commonwealth will withdraw its motion to revoke in Monroe Circuit Court 19 CR 0025. Defendant shall pay court costs and what amount? $185. Does he have his days in?
No, Your Honor, he likes 75 days.
Okay, at the end of 75 days, I'll sign an order releasing you, and will you need some time to pay the $185?
Yeah, about a week or two.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you more than that. You know, you pay it at $30 a month, starting 30 days after you release, or you can pay it all off anytime you want to before then, but you have to pay at least 30 days, $30 a month, starting 30 days from your release date, okay? Thank you very much. John Casey Bryant. John Casey Bryant. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus John Casey Bryant, 21 CR 0042. Are you John Casey Bryant?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're still waiting on the drug test. I thought drug test from the lab. I thought we had continued this case till December, but it was on the docket.
That was my
Okay, this
my
case will be
impression.
considered to December the 9th. Do you want him there for a negotiation day on the 3rd?
Yeah, I'll get with Mr. Austin. If we have the lab, we'll have him there.
Can we,
Sorry.
Go
ahead, Mr. Austin.
I'm sorry, I was gonna address bond. Sorry. Because I thought we had an agreement to let him out since we weren't sure when we'd get the discovery.
What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
I don't mind him having a reasonable bond. I don't even know if the test has been made it to the lab yet or not, to be honest with you. So
What
I
is,
would think,
what is the bond? We don't have pretrial with us today. So as soon as we get availability pretrial, Mr. Stockton, if you and Mr. Austin are in agreement on it, I'll sign an order on it.
okay,
The agreement would have to include curfew, the normal curfew situation, okay?
okay.
Okay. James Burke. Okay, let's see if we can find it. You take the counsel into the room where the public defender is using thing. That way you can see your client, okay? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James M. Burke, 21 CR 0077. Are you James M. Burke?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your attorney's about to go back to the,
They brought him to the wrong room. He's going back to the defense attorneys now.
the Zoom room.
Yeah.
I need that for arraignment purposes. No, and some of these other counties we do.
Sure, thank you. Might have to adjust. All right, there you go. I see it. Thank
Okay,
you.
this Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James Burke. Counselor, could you can take your mask off back there because tell
Okay.
people, okay. Identify yourself for the record.
Dennis Wilcutt representing James Burke.
Okay, Mr. Burke, can you see your attorney? Can you see your attorney there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of marijuana and trafficking in controlled substance first offense and possession of drug paraphernalia. Mr. Bailiff, will you take that back to the defense counsel? Counsel, I am sending you copies of the indictment, which you will acknowledge receipt of the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of bond is your client under?
There's an agreed order that was drawn up by myself and Mr. Stockton and 2,000 cash bond.
He's out of state, so I signed an agreed order and sent it to Miss Thompson.
Did we enter it? I don't see it in here.
We got the bond file.
Well, if that's agreeable with the Commonwealth, I'll do that, but he needs to sign a waiver of extradition.
That's been
He
done.
has, Your Honor. That was part of the agreement. I have a copy of the waiver of extradition in the order here. I'll send into the clerk, if that's all right. That way we'll have it taken care of.
Okay.
Amber takes it.
Sir, and sir, you're acknowledging that your signature here in open court is for his agreeing to come back to Kentucky and signing a waiver of extradition. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, there's one, because the order that they sent me had the F case number on it, not the case number, so it may be in the district court file.
Okay, the case, the order had an F case number on it instead of
Okay.
circuit court number. So if you, will you call downstairs and see if they filed it down there?
I've got it blank already. It's 20F77.
20F77. Okay, well, we'll make sure that that's entered appropriately.
Thank
Okay,
For the next
We
hearing.
have December the 3rd and the 9th, Your Honor.
December the 3rd for negotiation and December the 9th for the next court date.
Okay, what time's the negotiation on December the 3rd?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, both of them 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, we'll try to get this worked out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And will he be released when his girlfriend comes pick him up this morning? Is that all right?
She brings $2,000. She will
Okay.
be. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jesse.
We can't seem to find a copy of the order. So,
Here, I'm just trying to get the right case number.
okay, now it's appeared. Okay. Do you have a sign? Have I signed it?
No.
Okay.
because The copy they sent us had Truman Adams District Court case on it.
The copy of the order had Truman Adams District Court case number on it. So we'll have to do some adjustment on the thing here. It'll be entered. Shannon Clarkson.
Thank you, Jesse.
He's back here, 529.
Shannon Clarkson, I'm on for Shannon Clarkson, he's on the list. Where's he at?
529.
Adams was the one that they didn't have.
549, Shannon Clarkson.
Mr. Stockton, could you see if you could get somebody on your staff to find out where Robert Lee Adams is?
We can try. Yes.
Your Honor, I am positive that he is in Pike County Jail. I had a Zoom conference with him yesterday. He filled out, we went over the paperwork and signed it.
Okay, we've already released Pike County, so I guess somebody will need to try to contact them. Okay, Shannon Clarkson,
They're getting him, Your Honor.
then Russell County, you're on deck.
You say you're leaving?
Your Honor.
He just acknowledged it all. You just make a note on there, acknowledged in open court on record by defendant Zoom. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Shannon Clarkson. I'll do Russell County while I wait, okay? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Carrie Johnson. Are you Carrie Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here on 21 CR 0073 and 21 CR 00104.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Hunter, are you representing her?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do
We
y'all
have
have?
an agreement in her case.
You have what?
An agreement in her case, Your Honor.
Is it a felony plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll probably need.
Ms. Clarkson, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Do you mean Miss Johnson, Your Honor? I think you said.
Ms. Johnson, excuse me, I had the other
Yes, sir.
person. Ms. Johnson, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
No, sir.
Plea freely and voluntarily given.
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in these two indictments?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, review the evidence, and are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes.
You do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering this guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I do not have to accept it. I can impose any sentence that's within allowed by law. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Mr. Stockton, are you going to present the Commonwealth's recommendation?
I am, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, under 21 CR 73, will take 1 year to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation, and she will, the remaining charges will be dismissed.
Okay, is that what you agreed to, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone, including your attorney, offered you any other recommendation or benefit or threatened or coerced you in any way?
No, sir.
You're pleading guilty of your own free will and for
Yes.
no other reason because you are guilty?
Yes.
And knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up those rights by entering a plea of guilty and ask the court to fix the punishment within the range permitted by law?
Yes.
Okay, you understand by that entering this guilty plea, it's a felony conviction, and any future convictions that you might have could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Sir.
Okay, do y'all have a copy of the plea agreement there? Could you
Yes,
hold
Your
up
Honor.
the you hold up the camera?
This is for guilty plea signature, Your Honor.
Is
And
that
this-
your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll accept the plea agreement, order a pre-sentence investigation report, and schedule a sentencing date on November the 9th. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that all we have in Barron? That was Russell. That's all we have in Russell. So Russell County, you're excused. Now, what do we have left in Barron?
I think we got to Shannon Clarkson, Your Honor, before we left off.
Shannon Clarkson. Are all these are all Barron. Yeah, okay. Commonwealth versus Shannon Clarkson. Simpson County or Hardin County, are you on there yet? Either one of them, Simpson County or Hardin County? Okay, are you Shannon Clarkson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this is 14 CR 0074. What, it's a motion to revoke probation. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this is the case where we tried to garnish his back due unemployment benefits. We've worked out an agreement with the Cabinet of Unemployment Insurance where Mr. Clarkson's monies, approximately $4,000, will be mailed to Mr. Austin, and then he's going to tender those to the clerk's office. At that point in time, he'll be released. However, he has some positive drug tests, and he'll need to report to Mr. Collins because we're going to have him evaluated. And if he has any more, I'll be moving to revoke.
Is that what you agreed to, Mr. Clarkson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you want to reschedule this just in case it, when you anticipate the money will come through?
They're supposed to have been mailed yesterday.
Yeah,
So it should be next week.
Yeah, he said we should get it in the mail today. So.
Okay, well, as soon as I'll enter an order releasing him as soon as we get
I
that.
just asked Mr. Austin to prepare an order once the money's paid. That way he can be released.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Commonwealth versus Brian Douglas Cook.
All right.
20 CR 0053, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brian Douglas Cook. Are you Brian Douglas Cook?
Yes, sir.
You're here on a motion to revoke pretrial diversion. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this is the Commonwealth's motion to revoke. Mr. Cook was in drug court on 4/6/21. He was positive for meth. 4/26/21 missed a drug test. And then May 3rd, 21, he absconded from the program.
Mr. Austin, you want to stipulate?
I would like to stipulate, but I would also like the court to consider a alternative to revocation per Andrews v. Commonwealth. I would like to see if we could get him into long-term treatment instead, since it seems that his issues are drug-related by the most part, and I don't believe he was this was a diversion, wasn't it?
That's correct. I'm asking the diversion be revoked at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to do anything we can do to keep a man from getting a felony on his record.
Well, it's a possession case. He can always get it expunged later if he straightens up, gets off the drugs.
Very good.
We'll leave it in the discretion of the court.
Well, I'm going to revoke the pretrial diversion order, pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole, and we can consider those things when we get to the situation as far as what the sentence is. Okay. Thank you. Okay, bring him in. I've got to swear a couple of grand jurors here. The next case will be Chris Denton. Come around here. How y'all today? Thank y'all for coming in for this. You raise your right hand. You swear that you will conduct your duty as members of the Monroe County Grand Jury, you keep all matters confidential, that you protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and Commonwealth of Kentucky. You do that? Thank you very much. And go with Mr. Carter. Commonwealth versus Chris Denton. Are you Chris Denton?
Yes, sir.
Are you here today on a pre-trial conference on 21 CR 00108 and 19 CR 00091, which is a motion to revoke shock probation, and 18 CR 00130. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
You're muted.
Your microphone.
Mr. Denton has agreed to enter a plea, and also his shock probation will be revoked in 18 CR 137, and his probation will be revoked in 19 CR 91. And he'd have a felony plea in 21 CR 108.
Okay, Mr. Denton, a motion has been tendered. It says that you wish to enter a plea in 21 CR 00108. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in these three indictments that were referenced by Mr. Stockton?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? You satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, you have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. You do not have to enter a plea today. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal to higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. Prior to accepting the recommendation, all the way to pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. You have heard the Commonwealth's recommendation. Is that correct? Mr. Stockton, you want to supplement the recommendation any?
Yes, Your Honor. In 21 CR 108, Mr. Denton would plead guilty of possession of controlled substance first degree, have 1 year to serve. That will run consecutively with Monroe indictment numbers 19 CR 91 and 18 CR 137. The Commonwealth opposes probation. Also, he would have, all evidence in this case would be destroyed and he would pay court costs and discretion of the court.
What is the court cost? What? Court cost is $240. I'll allow you to pay that at $30 a month commencing 30 days after your release. You've heard the offer here today. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reasons?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up those rights by entering this plea and allow the court to fix your punishment?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You understand that this plea is another felony that you have, and any future convictions can be enhanced as far as a range of penalty. All right. And Mr. Austin, do you have a copy of the plea agreement? Can you hold it up there? Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I'll accept the agreement, and I guess he is not a state prisoner technically at this point, so I'll have to order a pre-sentence investigation report, be done by probation, parole, and have the sentencing on December the 9th, except is Chase in there with you, Mr. Stockton?
He is, Your Honor.
The fact that I've revoked him on these other cases, would that make him a state prisoner so he could waive?
Yes.
It
It would, according to Mr. Collins, he can waive.
So we can waive and go ahead and sentence you today if you'd like. That might get you moved. Would you like to do that, Mr. Denton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to waive the pre-sentence investigation report and go ahead and accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and enter the judgment today. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commonwealth versus Damian Hamilton. Commonwealth versus Damian Hamilton, 21 CR 00120. Are you Damian Hamilton?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1995?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security 1940. We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is present. If you need to talk to him, we can make arrangements to go offline in a separate room. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with aggravated trafficking in a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, possession of drug paraphernalia, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Austin, I'm sending back a copy of the indictments, which you acknowledge, they're laying on your table there, I guess, that you acknowledge receipt of the indictments.
Yes, Your Honor.
Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions for Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set this for a negotiation on the 3rd of December and the next court appearance on the 9th. Okay, thank you very much. Candace Hamill.
She's on the phone with her attorney, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton's case, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order too. Okay, I'm gonna pass over Candace Hamill. I go to Callie C. Hill. Are you Callie Hill?
Yes.
Here today for a pretrial conference. Were you born in 2000?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 0368.
Yes.
Mr. Bell, is this your client?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton,
Your Honor.
what do you have in this case?
It's a pretrial diversion, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Hill, I understand a motion has been filed that says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct? Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Okay, A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Is this plea, okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Okay, you understand you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses, and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter in higher court if you lose, and have a right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. By entering this guilty plea, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, or I may reject it and apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept it. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, you have the right to withdraw your plea and have a jury trial. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Do you have any felonies in the past 10 years that
No.
are you on probation?
No.
You understand that if you complete the diversion program, the case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted.
Yes.
Okay, you understand that if you do not fully complete the diversion, you will be brought back before the court, and the court will schedule a sentencing hearing.
Yes.
Okay, now go ahead, Mr. Stockton, and read out the recommendation.
Your Honor, Ms. Hill will plead the trafficking and controlled substance first degree D felony. She'll have 5 years pretrial diverted for 5 years supervised. She will live with her mother at 723 Shelby Lynn Drive, Springfield, Tennessee. And her probation, her supervision will be transferred through there. She'll pay $1,000 in lieu of forfeiture to have the 2011 Dodge Challenger returned to her. She will remain on active supervision until all fees and costs are paid. She'll obtain and maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case will be destroyed. And Mr. Collins informs me that even if she goes to Springfield, once she's released today, that she'll need to report to him Friday at the Glasgow office for probation parole.
What's the amount of fine?
T-ville, I'm sorry. T-ville.
200 what? Okay, the fine's $220. Besides any restitution, you need some time to pay that, ma'am? You need time? Okay, well, I'll allow you to pay that at $30 a month, starting 30 days after your release. You have to, if the release date is today, you'll still have to come back on Friday, as he said, the probation and parole office. It's closed tomorrow because of Veterans Day. So I will, if you got a copy of the signed diversion agreement there, Mr. Bell, do you have a copy? Hold it up the screen. Let me hold it up to the screen. Okay.
I brought it to the court, Your Honor.
Is that your signature on there, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll accept the pretrial diversion. We'll enter it, and we'll be getting documents over there to take care of it. I'm going to quickly go up to Hardin County. I see they're on the line now, and so they won't have, thank you for your cooperation. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Dallas Stephen Bowles, 18 CR 00150. Are you Mr. Bowles?
Yes, I am.
It's a motion for shock probation. You want to present your case, Mr. Austin?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Bowles would like to be released to go to a long-term treatment. He all his charges have all come from substance abuse, and we believe intensive inpatient treatment would be the best for him to hopefully get him clean and keep him from repeating his prior offenses.
Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Your Honor, it's my fervent wish that Mr. Bowles gets this drug use behind him. I've been dealing with Mr. Bowles since I've been Commonwealth attorney for the last 15 years. And every time we probate him, he violates and he has relapses. I'm just going to be opposed. He's in Hardin County. He should have access to the substance abuse program. And I think that's the best route for him at this point in time.
Yeah, I have looked and I just don't believe that with the record that Mr. Bowles has as far as not complying with the multiple breaks he's been getting, that it would be in his best interest, might even endanger his life if he got out on shock probation. So I'm going to deny the motion for shock probation. Thank you very much. In Hardin County, that concludes our business with you. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go back to Barron County. We've got Jason D. Law. Commonwealth versus Jason D. Law. Are you Jason D. Law?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0021. Mr. Law, were you born in 1994?
Sir.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, this is a pretrial conference. Have y'all worked anything out?
We may need one more. Evidently, he has some other cases pending and Mr. Austin needed some additional time, if that's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
December the 3rd for the next pretrial and December 9th. And Mr. Law, is what they're telling you is they're going to try to wrap up everything they've got so you can do some kind of universal thing on it. Okay. Thank you. Commonwealth versus Zachary Law. Zachary Law.
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 00022. Are you Zachary Law?
Sir.
You're 1997.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today on an arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Your attorney, Mr. Austin, is online. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance in the first degree. Mr. Austin, we've laid the indictment on your counsel table there. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, does Mr. Law have other charges pending? Is this kind of a super additional indictment or is this his only charge, Mr. Stockton?
It's the only one I'm aware of here in Monroe.
Okay, so we'll schedule a December 3rd pretrial and December 3rd negotiation and December 9th pretrial. What is his bond condition? Mr. Austin, do you know what kind of bonds?
I do not know what kind of bond he has, Your Honor. I am unaware. Let me see if I can look it up real quick.
Well, I'll let you look it up and contact Mr. Stockton. Since we don't have pretrial available today, I will be amenable to what y'all agree to. Okay.
All right.
I think he had an FTA on there, Mr. Stockton, at one time. So
The name sounds familiar. I'd have to check my file.
good. Thank you very much. He's an extradition situation, so that probably it'll need a bond hearing. So, okay. Okay, Thomas D. Ludwig. Thomas D. Ludwig. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Thomas D. Ludwig, 20 CR 0083. Are you Thomas Ludwig?
Yes, sir.
Okay, born in 1971.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, what do you have in this case? The pretrial conference.
It's a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay, a motion has been filed, Mr. Ludwig, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Just freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 20 CRs 00083?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed the charges with your attorney? And are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? And do you believe you're informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes,
You have the
sir.
right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to acquire a Commonwealth proving on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. That you understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed. And Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, what is your recommendation in this case? Mr. Stockton, what is your?
Yes, Your Honor, it would be on failure to comply with sex offender registry. It would be a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years, supervised, pay court cost discretion of the court.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody threatened or coerced you in any way to get you into this plea?
No, sir.
I'm going to, knowing your constitutional rights, still your desire to enter this plea and allow the court to fix your punishment as provided by law.
Yes, sir.
You understand that this conviction could be used against you in future convictions under the sex offender law and or just any other felony that you have. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Austin, do you have copies of the plea agreement there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept the plea order, pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. Have the sentencing on December the 9th.
Your Honor,
Yes,
may he be released pending sentencing?
no,
No.
okay. Commonwealth versus Gary Miller, 21 CR 0007. I'm not going to release him, Mr. Austin, because I need to review if he poses any danger to the public.
Yes, Your Honor.
Decision. Commonwealth versus Gary Miller, 21 CR 007. Are you Gary Miller?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor, this is a plea regarding a DUI and also no insurance and a possession case.
Okay, this is 21 CR 007. Mr. Miller, were you born in 1974?
Yes, sir.
Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 007?
Yes.
Okay. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? You feel like you're fully involved and fully informed about your case?
Yes.
Do you believe, do you understand that you do not have to plead guilty? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a guilty plea, I know that you need to understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to be part of the Commonwealth, prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I have the right to plea. Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Your Honor, in this case, the syringes were tested, but there was insufficient sample, so there was no controlled substance. So the possession of controlled substance will be dismissed. He will plead guilty to DUI first offense, $200 fine and cost, serve 30 days in jail with the balance suspended for 2 years unsupervised. Also on the no insurance, he will pay a $500 fine and cost, and all other charges will be dismissed.
What's the total on that? That has to be more than that. Go over the various things again, Mr. Stockton.
Being no insurance, $500, and a DUI first, $200, plus court costs.
So it's 1,000 what? $1,000 what? 245. 1,245. Do you need some time to pay that?
I got a question, Your Honor. I've been locked up since July the 20th. Is that not just time served?
If you let me continue, I think we might get you out of there today.
Okay, yeah.
You need some time to pay the $1,025 fine and court cost?
Okay, yeah. Yes.
Okay, well, I'll allow you to pay that at $50 a month, starting 30 days from the date of your release. It appears, Mr. Stockton, that he served his time. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
What I'm going to do is sign your release today, but I want to acknowledge you acknowledge on record that you were previously informed on this DUI case that if you get another DUI, it can be enhanced. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understood that when you entered the plea, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go ahead and send the documents over today and get you released. And does he need to talk, even though it's a misdemeanor, I'll sign the judgment today. Was there a supervision on him?
No, Your Honor, he will be released. He won't need to report to probation parole. He'll just need to comply with payment of his fines and costs.
Okay, well, you kind of fortunate that those syringes didn't test anything. You just be careful in the future. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, the next case is Terry Muse. Commonwealth versus Terry Muse. Commonwealth versus Terry Muse, 21 CR 0015. Are you Terry Muse?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1985.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits is social security number 2055. You're here today for sentencing. Do you understand that, Mr. Muse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced, Mr. Austin?
I believe that Mr. Kimball,
Your Honor, Phil Kimball.
sorry, should have took my face off.
Mr. Kimball, you represent Mr. Muse. You turn your camera on.
I do, Your Honor.
You turn your camera on.
Yes.
Okay, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor. He's received the pre-sentence report. He confirmed to me he had gone over it. It does show that he has an appointed attorney. I'm his hired attorney, but he's gone over it and says that it is correct.
Okay. Upon a plea of guilty to strangulation, first degree and persistent felony offender, second degree, he shall receive a sentence of 10 years, probated for 5 years. The probation is to be supervised. Defendant shall receive mental health treatment through the VA and following all other recommendation. He agrees to release any and all records from the VA to probation and parole and the Commonwealth Attorney's Office to ensure compliance. The defendant has no contact with the victim, Julie Wheeler, either by himself or through a third party. She'll receive credit for time served, shall be released at final sentence, shall pay court costs no matter what. $215. Mr. Muse, how long did you serve in the military?
5 years, sir.
Okay, tomorrow's Veterans Day, my man, and I'm going to waive your court cost of $215 in recognition of your service. But that's not much, but it'll help you a little bit. Okay, and I want you to make sure that you understand that you've waived that you'll allow the VA to report to probation and parole. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we'll go ahead and sign the documents today. What about his, you said he should be released at sentencing. Is that what you said?
That's correct, Your Honor. And one thing I would ask the court to admonish Mr. Muse on, he's attempted to contact the victim even while in jail. And I want to emphasize to him that he's not to contact her once he's released.
You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you comply with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, does he need to meet with probation and parole?
Yes, Your Honor, Friday, Your Honor.
Friday morning, tomorrow's Veterans Day, so you don't have to go over there tomorrow, but go over there Friday morning at 8 a.m. clean, okay?
Is that Monroe County or Barron County?
Be in Tompkinsville.
Tompkinsville. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Danny Neal. Danny Neal. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Danny Neal. 21 CR 0070. Are you Danny Neal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for sentencing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
Your Honor, there's no reason for him not to be sentenced, but he has asked me to ask the court to consider probation.
Well, he signed an agreement to the contrary to that. So upon the defendant's plea of guilty, the Commonwealth, upon plea of guilty to theft, unlawful taking, disposition over $500, he shall receive a term sentence of 5 years. Shall pay restitution in the amount of $826 to Monroe Circuit Clerk's Office, subject to 5% fee. What is the court cost in this? $240 for a total of $740. Well, you need some. I'm gonna give you 30 days after your release to start making payments of $60 a month toward the restitution and court costs. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
So, I mean, is Mr. Roberts, is he gonna file my shock in the 30 days? I've been here almost 7 months.
Yes, I will file it. Here, I'll file the shock for you. It's,
Did you get to know about the job that I got at Acabono or?
yes, I talked to Lauren. She told me everything.
Okay, so he can file it. It can be heard on December 9th. The motion can be.
All right.
File it for shock probation. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Jesus Padilla, Como versus Jesus Padilla. Mr. Austin, make a note and don't forget to file that now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jesus Padilla, 21 CR 0068. Is that the correct pronunciation of your last name, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're here today on a pretrial conference. What do we have, Mr. Stockton?
Well, he actually is a sentencing and an arraignment. When we worked out one deal, he had another one pending in district court. And then when I got the file, we went ahead and proceeded to the grand jury on that.
I've got pretrial conference.
Because you didn't accept his plea last month because he was indicted last month on 4-1.
You made that right.
He was indicted here in 21 CR 00117 on 4 additional wanton endangerment charges, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Wanton endangerment, assault, fourth, I believe.
And I didn't accept the plea. according
That's
to
fine.
this. Okay, because of these other indictments. So if it's still a Commonwealth's recommendation to go ahead.
No, I think probably the appropriate thing to do is just set it for the 3rd and the 9th, and maybe Mr. Austin and I can resolve all of it.
Yeah. Okay, that'll be fine. Mr. Padilla, what they're saying is because you got these initial indictments, they'll try to wrap all these things up into one package for you, okay? Okay, but you do need to be arraigned on 21 CR 0017. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with 4 counts of wanton endangerment. Will you pull those indictments out there for me? Mr. Austin, I'm going to lay the indictments on counsel desk. You acknowledge Mr. Padilla's identity, receive the indictments, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
To your counsel. And I'm assigning a reciprocal discovery order, and the discovery is on your counsel desk too.
Thank you.
Danye Pipkin.
Hi, you know, one question. How much is my bond or something? How much is my bond?
You won't have a bond, you will have a bond until the 3rd, okay? You'll be here on the 3rd, and then on the 9th, hopefully they get everything wrapped up. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Danye Pipkin. Are you Danye Pipkin?
Yes, sir.
This is 18 CR 0027, 18 CR 0028. That's a motion for shock probation. Is that right, Mr. Bell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, Mr. Pipkin, when he was revoked, had a pending DUI charge, and I think that was the most serious. All those charges since then, Your Honor, has been dismissed by the district court. I was hoping that the court would use that or take that under consideration in reevaluating Mr. Pipkin's sentence. As the court knows, Mr. Pipkin is a very articulate individual. He's a very intelligent individual. I know within our society now, Your Honor, we're needing a lot of people to work and things, and Mr. Pipkin has always worked and is willing to get back to what they would think could be a productive member of society. I do know, Your Honor, that Mr. Pipkin has a pending case, but we had the preliminary hearing on that the other day, and just for the courts to benefit Mr. Pipkin, the district court judge did say it was a very close call, even to find probable cause. And I do think that he does have a very meritorious defense, and as the court knows, a person is not guilty until proven so.
What is that charge?
He was found guilty of assault, Your Honor. It was assault 2nd degree. He took 10 years on this case. And I didn't want to cut Mr. Bell off, but that's when I have my time up.
What is the new charge?
It was a theft charge, Your Honor, and use of a credit card fraud is my understanding, or use of a credit card without the person.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, would you like to respond?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. He took a 10-year sentence in this case. It was a serious case. I think he served about 11 months before he was probated. And then after he was probated, he never did correct himself. He had the incident where he had the machete, came to the door when the police officers and was acting out of his head. And he had 2 or 3 different violations that was before the court. Mr. Collins tells me he's got over 1,000 days in. He just hadn't been calculated with corrections. He should come up for parole pretty quick. Right now it's showing January 23, but he's not been given credit for all his days yet. So based on all those factors, the Commonwealth's opposing charge.
Mr. Bell, I believe, considering the number of days that would be in Mr. Pipkin's benefit to be out on parole rather than probation, I think that parole might be less restrictive.
Well, Your Honor, I hate to admit it, but I've been in the jailhouse myself, and in my position and opinion, there's nothing beneficial from being over there. It's sort of a dead end, Judge. And I would ask.
It helps some people, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, Judge.
It helps some people.
Well, it helped me, Judge, but it's sort of like
you wouldn't want to deny Mr. Pipkin the same benefit that you received, would you?
Well, the difference is, Judge, it's sort of like eating apples. If you get too many, it can make you sick. And I believe Mr. Pipkin's had enough of it, Judge. And I'd hope that you would consider letting him out.
I will consider it, but the underlying charges are assault and then a violation with a weapon. It would appear to me that shock probation is not warranted in this case. The other charge that you got, you know, I'm not gonna hold other charges against him because it's still laying out there as far as the credit card situation. Mr. Pipkin has his hand up there, Mr. Bell. I'm sure you don't want him to say anything, but if you do, you need to advise him one way or the other.
Well, you know, Judge, I'm not, Mr. Pipkin's always been an articulate individual and he's got plenty of sense. So if he wants to say something, you don't say nothing against your own interest, Danye.
Well,
Okay, I can go ahead, Mr. Pipkin.
Your Honor, as far as that bush knife that I had, the machetes, Judge, I never pulled that knife on nobody, on the police officer or nothing. When the EMS came to my house, I was trimming up my yard and I went in to check on my mother. And I laid the bush knife right there on the side of inside of my door. And when the ambulance service came in, they hit the side of the door with the stretcher and knocked it over in front of them. I never pulled that on the police. I never brandished it on anyone. I've never used a weapon in my life. I didn't get arrested for nothing like that. I didn't get a citation for nothing like that. I didn't get reprimanded for nothing like that. So I don't know where this story comes from that I pulled a knife on somebody. I never did that at all. Ever. I've never put a weapon on anybody in my life.
Okay, Mr. Stockton.
If he doesn't get paroled, I would look at it again, but that's kind of my position on this case. I know even, and I'm not doubting Mr. Pipkin's word, but he had multiple problems while he was on probation. We were in court multiple times and the problem never got corrected while he was on probation. That's the reason he's in jail now.
Well, I'm going to wait till they count the additional days up and I'm going to take this under advisement. And if they don't give him enough days to do the parole situation, I'll take some action on this. So
I'll have Mr. Collins check on the
Mr. Collins
calculation.
Mr. Pipkin, we're going to make sure Mr. Collins checks and make sure you get full credit for all your days that you've got in. Go ahead.
I know he sent the email to Miss Mindy Jo Smith, the coordinator here at the jail the other day. And I was supposed to have 1,130 days credited, but he hasn't sent it to DOC yet. DOC is only.
I just instructed him to do that.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
we're in agreement with Mr. Pipkin. It hadn't been done.
We're in agreement with.
And another thing, sir, is I got another 274 days that are owed to me from the time that I did my 180 days up at St. Anne's Dismissed Charities and the 94 days that I was in jail. I did the whole 180 days there. They try to say that I got dismissed from the program. I completed the program and I came back in front of you, Judge, and you saw fit to say, hey, yes, he did complete the program. You didn't revoke me on it. So I would think that I'm due those 274 days also, Judge.
Okay. Well,
even the probation.
I understand. I'm directing probation pro to review your entire situation and they might need to interview you about some of that before that. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Michael Simmons. Commonwealth versus Michael Simmons, 20 CR 00055. Are you Michael Simmons?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. Were you born in 1989?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you're here today. Mr. Stockton, what do you have on with Mr. Simmons?
I'm waiting to hear back from Mr. Austin, Mr. Simmons. I guess they need a little bit more time. They're trying to come up with some money. I know.
Yep, that's correct.
We're
His
going
wife-
back here on December the 3rd for negotiation and December the 9th for another pretrial. Okay. Kayla Spivey.
Your Honor, Mr. Garrett left a few minutes ago. Mr. Bell's covering for him. If we could just pass that case to January, we're negotiating.
What is the date in January? January the 20th. We'll set a pretrial in it for December 9th.
Now, if we could just pass it for a pretrial in January.
Pretrial, okay. So you don't want a negotiation day or anything?
No, we've been talking about it. We don't need to meet formally.
Okay. Benjamin Tully. Cromwell versus Benjamin Tully. Are you Benjamin Tully?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0092. Mr. Tully, you were born in 1987. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Here on a pretrial conference, Mr. Stockton. We also have 20 CR 0005 and 21 CR 0093. What do you have?
Mr. Bell, we've made an offer, but I think Mr. Bell said he needed some more time to discuss that with his client.
Your Honor, if I may, we did get an offer very recently. I did go ahead and send that over to Mr. Tully. We had asked him to give it to him. It was a 7.5-year offer. I didn't get, well, I've talked to him previously, but I don't know if he's had time to read that and if he would want to move forward with that or not, because it is a probated sentence if the court did accept that offer.
Mr. Tully, have you received a copy of that document? Mr. Tully?
Yes, I haven't. No, I have not received it.
Okay.
We need to pass it.
We need to pass it and get it to him. Where are we going to be next week? I'm going to be in Cumberland County next week. Since you didn't get a copy of it, if you get a copy of it and decide to accept that offer, Mr. Bell, I'll consider allowing him to enter a plea in Cumberland County.
Thank you, Jim.
The probated sentence. That Mr. Tully, that way you won't have to, if you do accept it, your time will be passing. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't want to accept the plea, that's up to you. You can be back here for negotiations on December 3rd, next pretrial on December 9th. But if you want to enter a plea next week, y'all get the paperwork to me and we'll consider that. Okay, thank you very much.
I thought we'd be here on trial here next week, starting Monday.
Well, I try not to schedule too many other things when I'm doing trial here, try to concentrate.
Yes, sir. That's fine, Judge.
You wouldn't want me to let you slide anything by if I wasn't alert, would you?
Well, it wouldn't bother me any, Judge.
Yeah,
But
I thought you would overlook that. But if I'll accept a plea anytime you and Mr. Stockton reach an agreement about it. But I just was off to do it early. Now we still have Candace Hamill. Is that correct? Did y'all get the paperwork? Did y'all get the paperwork done on that?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Candace Hamill, 20 CR 0068. Are you Candace Hamill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand that you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is this going to be a felony plea, Mr. Austin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
no, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 20 CR 0068?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? You know what's going on? Are you confused or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully informed?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can enter the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court. If you lose, you have a right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. If I do not accept the recommendation, I will inform you of such, and you can withdraw your plea. I will wait till after pre-sentence investigation report on probation parole to make that. Mr. Stockton, will you give us the recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. On possession of controlled substance first degree, she'll receive a sentence of 3 years. On receiving stolen property under $10,000, she'll receive a sentence of 5 years. There's a typographical error in the offer. It says 5, but the number 3 is there. And the 3 in the 5-year sentence shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years, serve 180 days in jail with a balance probated for 5 years. She'll receive credit for time served, obtain and maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case be destroyed.
Okay, did you accept that recommendation, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You realize by entering this plea that there'll be a felony conviction on your record, and you could be any other felony pleas or convictions you have in the future, the sentence could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty for your own free will and because you committed the act and for no other reasons?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Austin, I guess you just signed it over there. Is that your signature, ma'am, right there on that plea agreement? Well, I accept the plea agreement or a pre-sentence investigation report and schedule your sentencing for December the 9th, okay? Okay, now, do we have anybody else in Barron County?
Your Honor, we have a Billy Farley as probation violations and a Danny Pipkin. Did you want to see any of those?
Danny Pippin is being assessed tomorrow morning, I think, by Mr. Mink for drug court. And they'll have to vote on him, and he'll schedule an orientation probably in the next couple of weeks. Billy Farley, I just got the revocation report on him yesterday, and we'll be filing one for next month on him.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks for your cooperation. Yeah. Did we ever get Simpson County Jail on? Commonwealth Attorney's Office, if you contact Simpson County.
We've got 3 that's picked up on your indictments, and the judge's got to order you pretty soon. Can we get those first?
Yeah.
For the judge's request.
Okay. Who are they? Bring them out one at a time. Yeah. Is somebody from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office going to contact Simpson County? Yes. And what about, did anybody ever find out where Robert Lee Adams is?
He's in Pike County.
Anybody ever contact Pike County again? Identify yourself, please. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Terry Strode. Guess they're not on the docket.
He's on the outer test.
I don't see it yet. Maybe I'm overlooking. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Terry Strode, 21 CR 00113. Are you Terry Strode? Born in 1972. The last 4 digits of your social security number, 3139. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney? It's private counsel, or you want a public defender? Okay, well, I'm gonna let the public. Mr. Bell, will you stand in for the purpose of arraignment only here? See if I'm overlooking that thing. It's already in there, okay? Mr. Strode, Mr. Bell is standing in for the purpose of arraignment only on you here today. You know, copies of the indictment. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with 3 counts of receiving stolen property of value of more than, first count is more than $10,000, Class C felony, and then Class A misdemeanor in count 2, and then another Class C felony. You understand those charges? You've also been indicted as being a persistent felony offender on 2 of the charges. Mr. Bell, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Strode, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sure.
Okay, I'm going to schedule a negotiation day for December 3rd and December 9th is the next pretrial. And I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order. Mr. Strode, where your attorney, you need to have an attorney enter an appearance here so you can prepare for your pretrial on December 3rd, okay? You're just standing in for the purpose of arraignment.
He hasn't been processed.
He hadn't been processed. He showed up today. It's one of these deals where people are scarce. They show up and then expect to walk in and out. So he's going to be processed by the sheriff's department and taken to jail and interviewed by pretrial like everyone else. Okay. Thank you. Bring the next one out. Could you identify yourself, please? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus David Bird, 21 CR 00112. You are David Bird, born in 1975. Last 4 digits, Social Security number 7883. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney? Okay, I want to ask you to stand in for the purpose of arraignment only. Are you going to want a private lawyer or are you going to want an office of public advocacy? What? Okay, well, you can fill out an affidavit later here. We'll give you a form. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment. Something has happened here. I didn't touch it.
It wasn't yours. I think the audio on that computer was on.
Okay. Okay, the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property, 3 counts, 2 Class C felonies, and also being a persistent felony offender. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Bird, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea if not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? Sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Bird, so that the evidence they have against you can be presented to the Office of Public Advocacy. I'm not going to give him a bond right now. He's got to be processed and go through pretrial, and then I'll consider. Yeah, well, I'm wanting him processed. Well, you want to put a hold, you want to put a hold on him?
He has a 10,000 cash or 2 times property.
But he's also got a probation parole hold on him too. Okay, thank you. You got another one?
Oh, Brown, you're on.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tyler L. Brown, 21 CR 0047. Are you Tyler Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Born in 2001. Last 4 digits, social security number 2961. Here today for a pretrial conference. Yes, he does. 21 CR 00114 for arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by deception, more than $500, but less than $10,000. You understand that charge? You acknowledge the identity of Mr. Brown, receive the indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. On reciprocal discovery order in this case. Now, Mr. Stockton, is this additional indictment is the activity alleged in it? Was it while he was out on bond, or was it?
I believe it was either about the same time in Tully. In fact, we had worked out a plea, been in a different court, so we actually got a plea on both cases. Part of that would be pleading and going to the Monroe County Special Court.
And Mr. Stockton and I discussed when I was discussing the new case with Mr. Brown, he notified me some information that I would need to follow up on. He paid that to Mr. Stockton, and he was agreeable to setting this on December 9th for me to follow up on the information on the new case.
You want a negotiation day on the 3rd and on the 9th, okay? Well, he needs to go to jail and be processed.
He has a $15,000 set on it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be, take him over there, process him, and then call me. Okay. Are y'all making any progress on Pike or Simpson County, either one? Well, we thought he wasn't up there. We thought he was in somewhere else, and I asked him, I guess it was wasn't in Barron County, was it? We thought he was in Barron, but he's in Pike. Well, they were on previously, they're aware of us. And then in the Simpson County Jail, there's Jared Ford. Do you know anybody in Simpson County? Would you call them and see if they could get available, and we'll send them an invite. We'll go ahead and send them an invite. We can tell them there's already an invite over there. Okay. Okay, let's start on the first row. Can I get some? Are you guys here to appear in court? You're supposed to start with you, young lady. What's your name? Do what? Leslie Jenkins. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Leslie Jenkins, 21 CR 0049. Are you Leslie Jenkins? You were born in 1982. Last four digits of social security number 0565. Is that correct? You're here today for sentencing. You understand that? Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Counselor, is any reason this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to traffic in the first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years probated for 5 years. The 2 years shall run consecutively with Monroe County Indictment 20 CR 0041. You shall receive credit for time served. Should pay court costs in the amount of $210. I'll allow you to pay that at $30 a month, starting 30 days from today. Okay, you have no contact with the victim. And you'll go to probation parole office at 8 o'clock here, 8 o'clock here on Monday morning. Come clean, okay? Thank you very much. Next. Yes. Can you identify yourself?
Orlando Shirley.
Shirley. Let me find Mr. Shirley. Commonwealth versus Orlando Shirley, 21 CR 0096. You are Orlando Shirley, born in 1973. Is this a felony plea or a diversion? A motion has been tendered, Mr. Shirley. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Okay. Are you the same person named in 21 CR 0096? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. Okay, but I'm going to go over them with you anyway. Okay, you have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to a speedy trial by a jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Did you understand that in your guilty plea that you give up all those rights? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation parole. In the event that I do not accept Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. And what is the Commonwealth's recommendation? You'll see I'll step to your left.
Please, the Commonwealth agrees to dismiss possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, and public intoxication. Upon plea of guilty, possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years probated, 5 years probation is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the Social Service Commission and the following recommendation. The defendant should pay court costs discretion to court. The defendant should pay gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in court of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yeah.
Move back behind the microphone. What is the court cost fees?
$265.
65 or 55? $265 court costs. I'll allow you to pay that $30 a month, starting 30 days after your sentence. I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. You'll be back here on December 9th for sentencing, okay? You meet with probation parole right over there to get the information. You want to start over here on this first row? Yes, sir. What's your name, sir?
Robert Sperlin.
Seat there. There you go. Commonwealth, it looks like we got Simpson County on. Simpson County will be with you next, okay? Commonwealth Attorney versus Commonwealth Kentucky versus Robert Scott Sperlin, 21 CR 0052. Are you Robert Scott Sperlin? Born in 1979. Last four digits, social security number 2722. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. You understand that? You had an opportunity to look at pre-sentence investigation report done on probation parole. Is it substantially correct? Is it substantially?
There's one correction on page 9. It says him having information violation on August 4th, 2017. That he had gotten it then, but he had actually been incarcerated. The date on that is incorrect.
We'll make probation parole. We'll make a correction on it. Is there any other reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation shall be supervised as long as the defendant resides outside the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Well, I'm not finished yet. Okay. In the event the defendant returns to Commonwealth of Kentucky, the defendant shall report to probation and parole, and he shall then be supervised. The defendant shall receive credit for time served, court costs amount of what? $265. You need some time to pay that? Okay, you pay the court costs, plain employment. Now, is he going to be, he still needs to come and you got all the information you need to get an address and everything, even though he's unsupervised?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll see Friday morning at 9:30. So I gotta come back from we can get that on the phone. I'll give you my.
Okay. That'll do it. Okay, I'm gonna come on Simpson County now. Commonwealth, this is Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jared Ford. Are you Jared Ford?
Yes.
This is 21 CR 0016. We're here today for a pretrial conference. Mr. Austin, do you and Mr. Austin, you want to schedule a negotiation on December 3rd and December 9th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, December 3rd and December 9th. What's Mr. Ford being held on?
He's a state inmate.
State inmate. Okay. Your attorney will be in contact with you. Simpson County, thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, now we're back to, have we found Mr. Adams yet? Okay. Okay, let's go next in line here. Come on around. Could you identify yourself, please? John LeMaster. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus John Michael Master. 21 CR 0012 are here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth say?
We passed it one time, Your Honor, we're on trial.
December the 9th.
Smith.
Tommy Smith.
Yeah.
Commonwealth versus Tommy Smith. 21 CR 00116. Are you Tommy Smith? We're here today on an arraignment. Mr. Smith, what's your year of birth? Last four digits, your social security number. Okay, the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property, illegal possession and manufacturing VIN plate, prohibit alteration, removal of VIN plate, and obscuring the identity of the machine. You understand that? Mr. Bell, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Tommy Smith, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? Set it for December the 3rd, negotiation, and December 9th, next court date. Sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Smith, that you be provided information to help prepare your case. Okay, next. Commonwealth versus Stephen Reed. It's 19 CR 007 and 19 CR 0077. Are you Stephen Reed?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number
2907.
and your year of birth.
1983.
What do we have, Mr. Stockton?
Yes,
Negotiation day, December 3rd. Next court appearance is December 9th, and both of those are a condition of your bond. You understand that? Okay, I'm going to go back to Pike County.
We're ready, Judge, whenever you are.
Thank you so much. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Robert Lee Adams Jr., 21 CR 0057. Are you Robert Lee Adams Jr.?
Yes.
You're here for a pretrial conference.
Yes.
Who's handling this case for public advocacy? You have a plea agreement? A motion has been filed that says that you wish to enter a plea today. Mr. Adams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily entered?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0057?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You realize that you do not have to enter a plea. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require a Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. If I do not accept the recommendation, I'll inform you, and you can withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the recommendation?
Your Honor, on a plea of guilty possession.
Well, just let me just turn this around like this. And see that picture right there.
Okay. Upon a possession of a firearm by convicted felon, he received a sentence of 2.5 years. Possession of a handgun by convicted felon, he would receive a sentence of 5 years. Those two sentences shall run consecutively for 7.5 years, and that'll run consecutively with Monroe indictment number 18 CR 13, 18 CR 52, 18 CR 113, and 18 CR 110. All guns will be forfeited except 3 guns owned by his brother, Jeremiah Adams. He'll show proof of ownership to those guns at the sheriff's office, and they'll be returned. Court calls discretion of the court.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll order precinct investigation report done by probation and parole. Schedule your sentencing on December the 9th. You realize by entering this plea, it's an additional felony conviction that can be used against you in the future under the persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes.
That's your signature on the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll accept the plea and we'll see you then on December the 9th. I want to take a look at it. Yeah. Thank you. You're a state inmate, but I'm gonna look at these gun charges. You're not advised, there's no probation involved, is at a time.
And I'm not trying to speak about this, sheriff and Chase Collins are both involved.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and if you want to waive the precinct's investigation report, that's what I was going to check on. If you want to waive that and have the judgment or today, I'll do that.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, County, we hope we don't have to call you again today, but you're very courteous and we appreciate your help. Okay. Okay, let's start back down the line over here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Taylor Broderick on behalf of Jeffrey Miller, 21 CR.
Well, let me just find it here. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jeffrey Logan Miller, 21 CR 0094. We didn't cut them off there. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jeffrey Logan Miller, 21 CR 0094. You are Jeffrey Logan Miller. You're born in 1965. Last 4 digits of your social security number are. Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement?
Correct, Your Honor. Sir? Yes, sir. We received discovery in the business last Wednesday. Yes, sir.
Okay, the grand jury, you're here for, we're going to arraign you here. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions, step away from the podium and inquire of your attorney. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance, 1st degree, reckless driving, motor vehicle insurance, not in your possession, I guess, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you understand those charges? Counselor, you acknowledge receipt of indictment, waive formal order, arraignment, or plea not guilty, acknowledge the identity of your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, reserve all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, sir, that your attorney's just been provided some discovery And it lays out the outline of what she does and what the Commonwealth is required to do. You want to set this thing on negotiations on December the 3rd. And the next trial day, the next appearance here is on December 9th, and both of those dates are included in your bond, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank
No
you.
further business, Judge. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, you too. Okay. Let me excuse myself just a minute. We're going to recess. I've got to go wait on the grand jury. You want to go this way, Mr. Carter? Oh. Maybe I'll get a blood clot.
You want to see? In Monroe County. Definitely. Wait. Well, I know when I hit sulfur electro,
Where did you get from?
All right.
Thank you very much. Everybody be seated. Madam Clerk, your seat. Okay. Let's start back down the road like we were. What's your name, sir?
Inception Lopez.
Lopez. Do I have this on?
Lopez. Inception Lopez. Yeah, Lopez Yenis.
It should be the last page.
861.
Just the very last page of that.
Inception Lopez Yenis. (21 CR 00109). We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You standing in? Need a public defender? The grand jury of Monroe County is returning an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance in the first degree. Class D felony. You acknowledge the identity of your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were born in 1977, Conception.
Yes, sir.
You have a social security number? Okay. Delete the social security number that's on there. It was 0099. You acknowledge the identity of this individual, receive the indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving pretrial motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what was the bond that was set on this indictment? Okay, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. Here's a bond decision, it looks like. $15,000 surety, clerk approved. 24-hour curfew, random drug and alcohol, other conditions. You have anybody that can make a bond for you? A bond? You have anybody can make a bond so you get out of jail, you're fixing to go to jail. Yeah, you're charged with a felony and we got to process you. But if someone will sign that's worth $15,000, it won't cost them anything. They can sign for you. Get you out. Okay, do you have anybody that can make a bond for you?
Well, I'm working with my board right now, chicken form. I don't know, only him, I work with him,
Who is that?
chicken form, you
Yeah, who is it?
know, Joe Barrera.
Joe Barrera.
You know, anybody know him? Where's the chicken farm?
He lives in Farm Road, but he got chicken farm in Scottsdale, almost Scottsdale.
Lives in Fountain Run. He might live on the Allen County side of it. Huh?
Yeah, chicken farm, I'd say.
Well, you're supposed to treat everybody the same, you know, and I try to treat everybody equally, but it's going to be difficult for you to contact him. Like these other fellows that were in here that didn't show up to the day they were indicted. I don't like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do an ROR on you. You came in on your own.
It's the same.
Huh?
It's the same. He has a good process.
I know he had, I'm gonna let him get processed here instead of that because of the improbability of him being able to go to the jail and call him back and come over there since he, you know, he is well, I won't say is an illegal alien probably, and there's some issues with it. So what I want to do before I ROR him, can you let him make a phone call to his employer? Does your employer know you've been charged with this?
Yeah.
He knows you've been charged with that. Okay. Do you know his phone number? Do you know his phone number where you can call him? When y'all process him, call and see if the fellow will come up to sign his bond. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You'll have a court date of the 3rd, and for the 3rd will be for negotiation. Your next court date will be the 9th. You're to be here on the 3rd and the 9th, and you need to explain that to your attorney, both. If the guy won't come up here and sign his bond, y'all come back in today and talk to me. Okay. Okay, next in line. Can you take him over to the right over here? Next in line. What's your name, sir?
Dwayne Spears. Dwayne Spears.
Spears. Wait just a second. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Dwayne Spears. 21 CR 00160. Are you Dwayne Spears? For the last 4 digits of your social security number and your year of birth? It's 21 CR 00106. A motion's been tendered. Is this a felony plea or?
Yes, Your Honor.
A motion has been entered that says you wish to enter a felony plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00106? Is your judgment impaired today? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice? You feel like you're fully informed about your case? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, your right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilt, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation, parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to put a harsher sentence on, I will notify you and you can draw your plea. Now, who's going to do the Commonwealth's recommendation? You step to your left, sir. Didn't have any Duke, he didn't have any Duke shoes on, does he? Go ahead. Okay, that's.
Possession of controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. You'll be referred to the SSC, see correct time served, pay court costs, discretion of court, all evidence to be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to? Okay, knowing, you realize that on a plea of guilty here, you'll be a convicted felon and you'll lose certain rights that you have here. And this plea could be used against you in the future in the persistent felony offender law to enhance sentences if you get another plea or found guilty. You understand that? Is that your signature on the document? I'll accept the plea agreement, subject to review. And have you back here on precinct's investigation report back here on December 9th for sentencing. Now, is he to serve time or is it completely probated? Okay, well, you need to meet with the probation parole officer right over there. Next in line.
Jimmy Monday, Your Honor.
Jimmy Monday. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Dale Monday. 21 CR 00100. Are you Jimmy Dale Monday?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1969. Last four digits, social security number 3523.
Yes, sir.
3523. Yep. Are you here? We're here on a pretrial conference.
Yes.
My understanding was we were close, but we don't have nothing.
We're close to having an agreement. But if he entered it today, we have nothing. He'd have to leave his car here, so we want to enter it on the next motion date. So that
You have any objection to that? Okay, come back for entry of a plea on December the 9th. Does he have any jail time involved in this?
128 home incarceration. It's a trafficking case, but it's not over for drug court, it's played drug court a few years ago, paid record and stuff. And they got $2 grand left.
Have you got the bracelet on now?
No, sir. I got the money. I applied for a job. I'm seeing if I can get a job so I can get the money for the bracelet.
Okay.
I got a way to pay for the bracelet today, so.
Okay, you'll be here on December 9th and you need to make arrangements to get the bracelet put on you on December 9th or you'll have to serve it out. Okay. Okay. See you then.
I'll give you.
Yeah. Don't get anything between now and then, brother. Okay. 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 Next line. What time is civils? Supposed to start? Okay, what do you got, sir?
David T. County.
David what?
T. County.
How you spell it?
T and Tom, E-A-T-H.
Okay. Commonwealth versus David Teachout, 21 CR 0095. Mr. Teachout, you're here today for the purpose of pretrial conference. What's your year of birth?
36,
Last four digits, social security number.
062.
Do you have a plea agreement here?
Yes, we have a pretrial diversion.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Teachout, I understand a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a pretrial diversion. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? You're the same person that was charged by indictment in 21 CR 0095, correct? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed the charges and the evidence with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel to jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up these rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event they do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Now, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Do you have any felony convictions in the past 10 years? Are you presently on probation? You understand that if you complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed pre-trial. However, if you do not successfully complete the diversion program and come before the court, I revoke the pre-trial diversion, have a pre-sentence investigation report, and will sentence you. At that time, you would be a convicted felon, and any felonies you have in the future could be used against you. This could be used against you as far as sentencing. You understand that? If you'll step to the left, who's given the recommendation of the Commonwealth?
Mr. T-Chat will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pre-trial diversion for 5 years, supervised. You plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance on a house required by Kentucky law, pay $500 fine and costs. Will be further to SSC, follow all recommendations, pay court costs, discretion of the court, and obtain and maintain gainful employment, all evidence be destroyed.
What's the total fine and court costs? How much? Plus the $500 fine? On the insurance was $500 fine?
Yes, Your
Was there a DUI involved in this?
Honor. No,
Okay. Operating suspended. So that'd be $765. You need some time to pay that? I'll allow you to pay it $50 a month, starting 30 days from today. Okay. That's a part of your sentence that has to be followed. Now you've entered this plea of your own free will because you are guilty for no other reasons. Is that your signature on the motion and offer? Okay, I'm going to accept the agreement and execute it. I'll sign it today. You don't need, we need to meet with probation and parole. You need to meet with probation and parole over there because, and they will take care of your situation, okay? Next. See if I've signed it. Who is this? What's your name, sir?
Tyrion Netherton.
Netherton, okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tyrion Netherton, 21 CR 00090. You born in 1997, Mr. Netherton? Last 4 digits, social security number what? You're here today for a pre-trial conference. What you got? What do you got, Mr. Stockton? You'll be here for negotiations on November 3rd. If y'all can reach an agreement on that day, I'll accept a plea on November 9th. If you haven't reached an agreement, then I'll set a trial date, okay? Okay. Continue under your same bond. Next. What's your name, ma'am? Wait just a second. Wait a second. Okay. I want you to keep that there for purposes of her signature identification. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Lauren and Hagan, 18 CR 00150. And 19 CR 0017, you are Lauren Hagan. You were born in 1992. Last four digits of social security number are 1420. I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Is this a felony plea or pretrial diversion? Okay. A motion has been tendered and it's in the file that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in the two indictments that I called? Is your judgment impaired today? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? And are you satisfied with his advice? You believe you fully reviewed all the evidence and you're fully informed about the case? Do you understand that you do not have to plead guilty? You have certain constitutional rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know the goal of those rights with you, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to be evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. And the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that in a guilty plea today, you have all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence that's allowed by law. I do not have to accept it prior to accepting the recommendation. I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, you want to present the Commonwealth? If y'all could step to the left a little bit, please. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, 18 CR 150 on the charge of operating motor vehicle without concentration of F-108 or other substance. You'll enter a plea of guilty and pay a $200 fine and cost. Also, in that case, the $793 fee should be forfeited. In 19 CR 17 on the charge of trafficking and controlled substance perfectly met, she will receive a sentence of 10 years, probation for 5 years, supervised. She'll get credit for time served and home incarceration on that indictment. Under indictment 19 CR 17, she'll forfeit the North American Arms pistol with the serial number of paperwork. Also, the other items that are mentioned in the plea papers, including $603 cash. Those will be disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. She'll pay court costs at discretion of court, maintain gainful employment, however, this case be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, ma'am? What is the cost in this case?
$640.
Is there a DUI involved here?
Yes.
Okay, then when you pleaded the DUI, you understand that that's enhanceable. Okay, and also the felony plea is enhanceable. That means that any future reoccurrences of either one of those events could get you a more severe penalty. You understand that? I can explain to you. What's the total amount of fine and court costs? What were the fines again, Mr. Stockton?
$200 fine on the DUI.
Okay.
And the court costs on $200.
I'll combine the court costs on the cases. $840. You need some time to pay that? I'll let you pay it $50 a month. Can you arrange that? Okay, so the first payment will be 30 days.
The fine and the court costs. I'd like to make a motion to waive the court costs.
I already combined them. I don't wait for costs. Okay. She can pay $50 a month, and I guess we'll order a pre-sentence investigation report and have you back here on December the 9th for your sentencing. You don't need to meet with a probation parole officer. Your attorney's proud. Welcome to be there. Let's go off the record just a second. I heard that bit. Huh?
On your laptop.
Okay. Ford. Okay. There you are. Commonwealth versus Dylan Blake Ford. 21 CR 00116. Do you have a private attorney?
No.
Did public advocacy represent you in district court?
Yes.
Okay, I'll continue that appointment. What's your year of birth, sir?
01, 02, 1991.
Okay, and the last four digits of social security number.
86, 57.
Okay, the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with failure to or improperly failure to or give or improper signal expired license plates. Thank you. Operating on a suspended revoked possession of methamphetamine and drug paraphernalia. Do you understand those charges, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Ford, receipt indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ford, you're to be back here at the Justice Center on December 3rd for negotiation, and on December 9th, you'll have your next pretrial where you either enter a plea or we can set your trial date, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So he hasn't, I'm not sure that he's been served.
Hadn't been served, okay, you're in custody. The bond is, what's 1,500?
15,000 collected for surety.
15,000. You need to call somebody to make your bond. Okay, 15,000, and you'll need, you need to take him back. Who's next back there? You need to take any kind of knives or anything that he has on, okay? What's your name, sir?
Mason County.
Commonwealth County versus Mason Kilman, 21 CR 0055. Mr. Kilman, were you born in 1994? Last four digits, social security number 3172. Okay. Here for pretrial conference. What do you got?
The Commonwealth has proposed to dismiss without prejudice.
No, he completed the PSAP program. I talked to the county attorney. He said he had to do well.
Well, Mr. Kilman, do you have any objections if we dismiss your case without prejudice? Well, that's the correct answer. Because if you'd said no, I would have thought we need to have some kind of mental inquest. Need to watch these, were these checks, what they were?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to watch some checks. You don't, you can leave here today, and if you try just moderately, never be up here again unless you're on the jury, right? Okay, good luck to you. Next, another satisfied customer right there. Says Microsoft application error reporting has stopped working. What's it mean? What's the last name? With an S?
SCU.
Okay. Somebody, what is SSCC? Commonwealth Kentucky versus Rich Lee Zachary A. Savara, 21 CR 00101. Mr. Savara, you born in 1995?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 4808.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. Is this a felony plea on this motion or diversion?
Diversion, Your Honor.
A motion has been tendered that says you wish a diversion plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
State your full name, year of birth, and last four digits of your social security number.
Jeffrey Aaron Scazzaro, 4808.
Okay. Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00101?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to review the evidence, discuss this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. Before I can accept a plea, I need to go over these rights with you to make sure you understand them. If you have any question during this process, looking for a pen? Oh, there you go. If you have any question during this process, you can step away and ask your attorney. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against your right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. You understand by entering guilty plea day, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation to decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had any felony convictions in the past 10 years?
No, Your Honor.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
You understand that if you fully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted. Do you understand that that if you do not complete the diversion and you're brought back to court, this court could schedule a sentencing, will schedule a sentencing hearing for you, and you'll be a convicted felon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in that event, any future felonies you have and certain other rights you have would be impugned or changed, and you can have additional time for additional felony. You understand that? You step to your left, please. And Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, he was plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, 3 years pretrial diversion, supervised. He plead guilty to failure to maintain motor insurance on a motor vehicle required by Texas law, pay $500 fine. He'll be referred to the Social Service Commission, call all recommendations. The Kimber custom of 1911 gun will be forfeited. Those of laws Commonwealth of Maine will be returned to him and seized. He'll receive credit for time served. He remain on active supervision while court costs and fines are paid, will maintain gainful employment. All evidence will be discussed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened or coerced you, or are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
One more time, I'm sorry.
Has anybody threatened or coerced you, or are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
No, Your Honor. No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Know your constitutional rights have explained to you. Is it still your desire to allow the court to fix punishment?
Yes, sir.
Set your signature on the document there.
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement and sign it. Now you'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer. What's the court cost in this case? Thank you. $240. Can you pay that today?
No.
Okay, you need some time?
Just a little bit.
Okay, well, I'll give you more than a little bit. I'll let you do $40 a month starting 30 days from today. You can if you get to the point where you can pay it all, but you don't have to pay but $40 a month is paid in full, okay? Probation parole officers over there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
See here. Okay, sir. What's your name, sir? What's your name? Okay. Just a second, I'll be right with you. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Christopher Greenwood. Commonwealth versus Christopher David Greenwood, is that correct? 21 CR 00130. Mr. Greenwood, you born 1979. Last four digits, social security number 5097. Okay, what do you have here? What is that? It's an arraignment. Okay, that's what it says. I was looking on the wrong page. I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. Here, the purpose of arraignment, you have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions, step away from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession, drug paraphernalia, trafficking of controlled substance in third degree, possession of controlled substance in the first degree. You understand those charges, Mr. Bailiff? And that you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal arraignment agreement, reading their plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Want a pretrial here on December, a negotiation day on December 3rd, and the next pretrial is December 9th. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Who's this client's name?
Mason Temple.
Temple? Wait just a second. Commonwealth versus Mason J. Temple, 20 CR 0009. Now, what are you saying?
Did you have asked for him to provide free that his wife had emergency surgery last 4 days? I'm sure that's Mr. already.
I've seen.
Is it acceptable to you? Okay. Put a copy of it in the file if you would. Turn that over and kind of seal it and staple it inside there and put sealed medical information just to protect the privacy of your wife, okay?
We also agree with Mr. Temple's case.
Okay. Is it a diversion or a felony plea? Okay. Mr. Temple, did you say the last four digits of social security number were?
5103.
Okay, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 20 CR 009?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully informed? Are you satisfied with her advice? You have certain rights that I have to go over to you under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. And the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept your recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will wait for the pre-sentence investigation board to be done with probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Come up and give the recommendations. If you'll step to the left, sir.
Yeah, this case is, he would enter a plea to sexual abuse second degree misdemeanor, receive a sentence of 12 months upon with a plea of unlawful transaction of minor second degree, They receive a sentence of 5 years. They shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Probated for time served, be supervised, you pay court costs and discretion of authority. If you want an explanation on this case, I'd like to.
I understand. We'll come back here. What are the court costs here? $190 court costs. You need some time on that? Well, I'm gonna let you pay it $30 a month, and the first payment will be due 30 days from today. That way I spread it out for you, okay? Okay, has anybody forced, threatened, or coerced you? You doing this voluntarily because you are guilty? Okay. You understand that after this plea, be convicted felon, this can be used to enhance felonies in the future. You understand that? For the additional sentence. Is that your signature on the motion and offer? Okay, well, I will accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report. And you want the sentencing done on the night, or you want to wait a while? Do what? The night, okay, on the night, December. You'll need to meet with the probation parole officer over there. Okay, is there anyone else here? I guess that we got some other people we need to call. Front of the docket. There's several people are here. Did we do Matthew Todd Burkhead? In response. Okay. Okay. Joshua Allen. Okay. Two cases on Joshua Allen. Jonathan Edward Brown. Thank you. Okay. Jonathan Cole. Vanessa Duke. Cammy Nefong. Are you getting these names down that aren't showing up? Rich, Leanne Rich. Robert Scott Sperlin. We did him and I just fell before over. Henry Watson. Read order to continue. Got 2 indictments there. Donna Wooten. Taken off. Is that it?
Yes, accommodated today at 5:15 p.m. And I contacted Mr. Bates to see if maybe he wanted to try to call him. He said he had nothing to report.
Okay, that concludes the criminal docket then. Let's go off the record. Mr. Hunley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Hammer versus Hammer. Now, what do you have to say here, Miss Hammer? Do what? Say real loud. Y'all gonna have to hold it down a little bit. You're keying the microphone, okay? Just a little. Okay, now, sir, where are you incarcerated, sir?
Southeast State Correctional Facility.
Where is that?
It's in Wheelwright, Kentucky.
Wheelwright, yeah, I know where Wheelwright is. Now, when did you get this? You got an EPO, DVO?
Yes, we did the order back in May.
Mhm.
And we had some stipulations for
You need to speak up a little bit.
They got some changes to it where we could have some visitations on Zoom for our child. And he's totally different person,
Okay. Think he's improved.
very much so. I'm proud of him.
Well, good. Okay. Are you plan on resuming a relationship with him or?
I don't know this yet, but possibly, yes.
Okay. How long are you serving there, sir?
How long I'm serving?
Yeah,
I get out in March.
get out in March. Well, I will, I'm gonna suspend the EPO. I get DVO. I guess I'll go ahead at the request. There's obviously he hasn't intimidated you in any way or anything. So I'm gonna go ahead and do away with the DVO. And that'll take care of that, okay? We'll give you a copy of it, sir. She's come here and says she believes, you could hear probably, she believes that you have made a lot of improvement and she wants to drop the DVO, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Everybody gets a second chance in the world, man. Don't mess it up, okay?
Yes, sir.
See you later. Have a good day. Thank y'all for your cooperation. Okay, that finishes the civil docket. Confidential docket comes at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock rather. It's already 1 o'clock everywhere but on my watch.